Welcome to True Dive, where I shed light on the shadows, the forgotten cases that have been overlooked by mainstream media. In this space, I lend my voice to those silenced and left unheard, delving into the truths often swept under the rug. Every victim, regardless of public attention, deserves justice, and I'm here to ensure that no case is neglected. Prepare yourself for a journey that is more than just getting to the bottom of heinous acts committed by notorious criminals. It's about challenging societal wrongs and sparking crucial conversations. I believe the criminal justice system is flawed and biased, and it is my duty to question it with a firm stand against injustice. I aim to break harmful stereotypes and stigma, particularly around drug addiction, to promote empathy and change for those affected by it. Your journey with me is not just about exploration, but also about advocacy and transformation. So buckle up, for you're entering a world that seeks truth, demands justice, and encourages empathy. Welcome to True Crime Deep Dive. Your journey towards change begins now.
His body was pulled from.
A volunteer group is restarting the search for any evidence about what happened to Riley Strain.
The 22-year-old college student's body was pulled from the Cumberland River 3 weeks ago, and police say that investigation's still ongoing.
WSMV's Brendan Tierney has a look at how they're now using divers to search the waters.
This group of volunteers is hoping the Cumberland River holds the secrets about what happened to Riley Strain. After searching through the thick brush up and down the steep riverbanks for weeks, Emily Marcoux and her group of volunteers are shifting their focus to the water.
We just want to try and get the family answers.
They have a new boat to look for anything along the banks that might be revealed by the lower water level, and a diver ready to get in the murky Cumberland where police have only used sonar.
The police would have had to pay someone to do it, whereas we can get someone to just volunteer the time and try and find some more evidence.
Riley's body was found without his phone, pants, or belt. Those are the main clues this group is hoping to find.
I mean, it's got to be somewhere. You know, I don't know if it's in the river, if it's in the woods, but it didn't just vanish. This is the same area Riley's bank card was found by TikTok influencers during the frantic search for the college student. Emily thinks police could have easily missed something, so she's going to keep putting on her gloves and talking with as many people as possible, hoping the wind calms down and they can begin looking in the river this weekend. Obviously, something happened to get him into that water, and no one's given us a clear answer on what that actually was. Metro police are still saying that Riley's death appears to be accidental, but confirmed that until the men pleaded. In downtown, Brennan Tierney, WSMV4.
It's been 3 weeks since the body of Riley Strain was pulled out of the Cumberland River. You'll remember he'd been missing for 2 weeks after a night on Broadway, and there are still questions surrounding his death. And good afternoon. I'm Lauren Lowry. It's 4 o'clock.
I'm Tracy Cornett. We know that Riley's death investigation is still open, but presumed accidental, and now divers are getting ready to search the Cumberland River, looking for any signs of Riley Strain.
As WSMV's Brendan Tierney reports, volunteers say there are a lot of questions still in this investigation.
This volunteer group says they just want to help get closure for Riley's family, and they're hoping there are some clues hidden here in the Cumberland. They haven't been able to find anything in the brush along Gay Street, so they've shifted their focus to the water with a volunteer boat and diver set to search the area Riley was last seen. Volunteers are hoping to find his pants, phone, and other items that have not been recovered.
I mean, it's got to be somewhere. You know, I don't know if it's in the river, if it's in the woods, but it didn't just vanish. So we can't stop until we find some of the items, and you know, we'll just keep going until we can get a full picture of what happened that night.
The strong wind today delayed the search efforts until tomorrow, but volunteers used the time to keep looking up and down the banks of the river for any evidence hiding in the trash. Metro police say Riley's death appears to be accidental, but they're waiting for the medical examiner's report to confirm that. In downtown, Brennan Tierney, WSMV4.
To a big story tonight at 5. A person of interest is now an accused killer. 33-year-old.
Authorities say they will not rule out foul play, but they will not say that there is a criminal investigation into the Sebastian Rogers case. Why not? Well, I talked to District Attorney Ray Whitley about what it might take to perhaps make an arrest. Sebastian disappeared from his Hendersonville home more than 6 weeks ago. Since then, professionals and volunteers searching for the 15-year-old have found nothing, no trace.
Have you found evidence of Sebastian yourself when you've been out there?
No. So how does a teen with autism walking from a home barefoot in the middle of the night just with a flashlight disappear? Experts say children rarely simply vanish completely on their own. Could others be involved in Sebastian's case?
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
Though they certainly do have theories, so what would it take to call this now a criminal investigation? General Whitley tells me there has to be something, physical evidence, blood, Sebastian's clothing, a flashlight, or security video, or an eyewitness implicating someone. But at this point, the simple fact is, there's nothing. But that's not to say that can't change, and General Whitley says he stays in contact with authorities, ready to prosecute if it does. Sumner County EMA Director Ken Widener says his crews are on call 24/7, ready to go when investigators contact them with new leads on potential evidence.
And anytime the Sheriff's Office indicates or TBI indicates where you've got an area of interest that we need to search, we're ready to go.
You can see the sophisticated mapping system showing the ground they've covered. Sadly, to date, no confirmed sightings and no indication whatsoever of what happened to Sebastian. Authorities still assume that Sebastian is alive and that he will be found safe. If that's not the case, then his body must be found. Without it or any other physical evidence, we may never know what happened to the teen. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
6 weeks have passed since anyone saw 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Despite ongoing search efforts inside his community, authorities announcing this week they have no new leads. Sebastian's friends and neighbors are rallying to ensure that he remains not just in their thoughts and prayers, but also a part of their search efforts. Dryden Quigley reports.
Believe and we decree and declare that Sebastian will come home safe and unharmed.
6 weeks and no sign of Sebastian. But that doesn't mean people are giving up hope. People like Jaden Semich.
Anybody can be frustrated and anybody can be angry with what's going on and how there's no evidence and no nothing. But it just doesn't stop me from continuing. Doesn't stop me from searching.
He did not know the Rogers family before, but said he felt moved to join the search because it was so close by.
It being my hometown, or home county, rather, it really just hit home for me. I've never gotten involved with the missing persons case before, but with this one I felt obligated to.
He was one of dozens who attended a prayer vigil on Saturday evening to remind the community that the search is not over.
We need the unity and we need prayer surrounding this whole situation. I think the tensions are high, people are stressed, people are worried, and this is a time to be still and just really focus on what's important.
Now, these are all cards that people have written here at the vigil, from parents to young children, and they're hoping to give them to Sebastian once he's found safe and alive. This all comes after a search effort this week by police turned up no new evidence.
It's always kind of sad, you know, when a search concludes and we don't have a child. So I just thought maybe we needed a little bit more encouraging.
Part of Sebastian's family, including his dad and grandparents, joined the vigil, all wearing shirts that read "Sebastian Strong."
And the more vigils and the more news presence and media coverage that we get, the more his face keeps out there, and maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something and we'll get Sebastian home.
Police have said there is no evidence to suggest foul play is involved, but they are not ruling anything out at this point.
People that got some sick, mean game. Assuming trying to get, could he be alive in a location somewhere? Or could he unfortunately be in the woods or buried at a landfill? Authorities seem to be focusing on the woods and landfill aspect of this case. But yes, Sebastian could be anywhere or everywhere, somewhere. Where's Sebastian? So he says, I haven't got any new information. Here's where it says polygraph. And here's the polygraph. And that's why I titled this video, Seth Rogers Takes Polygraph. Dad takes polygraph. I did show up for my poly and took it. So Seth is claiming he showed up for his poly and took it, polygraph. But here's what's interesting. It gets a little interesting from here, folks. Seth Rogers says, TBI advised me to be careful with taking the poly. But they didn't tell me that I couldn't take it. So it wasn't a TBI polygraph that he took. And TBI told him to be careful, according to Seth. They called me and asked me why I was taking it. I told them that I was taking it because Miss Grace asked me to. So it looks like, folks, Seth Rogers took a polygraph with Nancy Grace. With Nancy Grace. Interesting, right? Nancy Grace, and then let's go down here. But here's what's interesting too. He's saying he took the polygraph, but he says, I fell asleep several times during it, so I don't know how I did yet. That is interesting. That, to me, is interesting. Falling asleep during a poly? What would make someone fall asleep during a poly? Yeah, and now you people, I see the comments. The comments are like, what? Fall asleep? You take a poly, but he's saying he fell asleep several times during it. Now, what is your take on that? Is that because of stress? Is that because of sleep deprivation? Is that because your injury? Is that maybe under the influence? What makes someone fall asleep during the poly? And let me ask you something. Let's be real here. What if the results come back that he failed? What if? Just what if? I'm not saying I don't know the results. I don't know the results. But what happens if the results come back and say he failed? Would it be because of this falling asleep as a way to have it fail? It's interesting because I immediately, as soon as I saw that and saw that he's claiming he fell asleep, I'm looking on here and I'm like looking and saying, and I'm Googling around fall asleep during polygraph tests. And it does say sleep deprivation can reduce the accuracy of a polygraph. And some say it can make the test useless. To help avoid falling asleep during a polygraph test, you can get enough rest, stay hydrated, and drink an energy drink. How about this? If Seth Rogers, well, what about if he passes the test, but he fell asleep during the test? What would that mean? Let's go either way. What about if he failed it, or what about if he passed it, but knowing now that he put out the information he fell asleep? Should we believe it? Maybe. Nancy, maybe she didn't know. Maybe she doesn't know. The people there, I don't know. You're seeing somebody there take the polygraph. You're going to see if they fell asleep. Maybe he has to do a redo. Maybe he should do a redo. But he's not obligated to do anything. This is Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is not law enforcement. But I think it's similar. You know, Nancy Grace is kind of like the diva of true crime, right? And taking a polygraph with Nancy Grace would be like taking a paternity test with Maury Povich, right? You are the father or you're not the father. Here's a paternity test. Well, it kind of goes with the same thing with Nancy Grace. You take a polygraph test. If you pass it, Nancy Grace will tell the world, he passed it. If you fail it, Nancy Grace will say, you failed it. Does it mean anything? Not really. But you might have the court of public opinion either for you or against you. So that's the risk. That's the risk. If I was accused of doing a crime or I didn't do, or my name was thrown around on something, you know, whether I was involved with something or not, and I wasn't involved, yeah, I would take a polygraph test. Why not? I think it's useful enough to, you know, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to hide. Right? If he's relaxed, he will pass it. Yeah, so my sources say he took it several times. Also, my sources say he's been on meds for a week. My sources also say he fell asleep while driving. He, you know, we've been seeing Seth out there. Now, I've always said on JLR Investigates, do I think Seth Rogers is involved with the disappearance of Sebastian? No, I don't think he did this at all. I don't think he's the one that did this crime. I do not believe that, Seth Rogers. But we have been saying, you know, things that led up to Sebastian being missing and the family dynamics. I do think Seth Rogers does play a part of all this. About the custody and whatnot. And, you know, the mud being thrown around all over the place. He's definitely involved with the mix of that. But did Seth Rogers do some harm to Sebastian? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do I think Katie and Christopher did? Yeah, I do. I do. I do. Yes, I do. Guess what, folks? Guess what? Look at this. We have a new sighting today. We have a new sighting today, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? Remember, folks, for the last week, we've been seeing this Soul Brinks security truck in the driveway. But now, folks, we have 2 trucks. What in the world is going on here? Are new security being installed at the house of the Proudfoots? The Proudfoots are not there. My sources have told me, I'm going to show you a video. Somebody actually in our group, we have a Facebook group. Our Facebook group's almost at 30,000 subs or 30,000 members, folks. We have the biggest, baddest, most creative Sebastian Rogers Facebook group on the planet. It is the go-to central. People with all types of feelings. It's you know, as long as the members respect one another, you can share your opinions. Whether you feel like the Proudfoots are innocent, you're welcome to share. If you feel like the Proudfoots are guilty, you're welcome to share. If you feel like Seth Rogers is guilty, you're welcome to share. If you feel he's innocent, you're welcome to share. Anything and everything about this case is on this group. We are at 29,200 members, so help us push it to 30,000. I am also an admin in this group. However, I do not actually run. There's many admins. They do a lot of the admin type work. I kind of stay out of that, but join the group. It's 29,200 members. The mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee. So, every time I go live, we talk about this group. But there's people in the group that are locals. There's people in the group that know the Proudfoots and the Rogers and know everybody. Some of the family members are in there. And we get good stuff. We get good stuff. And I want to show you case in point. This was posted today. This was posted today in our group by an individual. Look at this. This is today, folks. 3 vehicles. 3 vehicles. Proudfoots, home, Stafford. This is where Sebastian Rogers was reported missing. And now we have 3 vehicles in the driveway. What in the world is going on here? I'll put the link in the description once this video is up. But you could go to Facebook and just put the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. It is the biggest group. We like getting this information. We like seeing what's going on. And quite honestly, we like to see what the Proudfoots are up to. Because there could be a slither of chance, folks, that Sebastian is still alive. And there could be a slither of chance that Sebastian could be hidden somewhere by someone. And that someone uses an opportunity to retrieve Sebastian or go to a location. That's why all eyes are on the Proudfoots. That's why people have been watching the Proudfoots 24/7, 365. There's some people that say, oh, the Proudfoots don't deserve to be stalked and looked at and whatnot. Are you kidding me? They do deserve to be looked at because the Proudfoot, Katie, was the last person to see Sebastian alive. Of course you have to watch and see, considering that this is a case of a mystery. And we don't know yet what transpired. And we don't know yet who is involved. Could it be these people here? And we meme up this group, by the way. We got some people that got some sick meme games in this our group. Look at this. The Mystery Machine. Alaska or bust. Choose your player. A lot of people think these people are involved. A lot of people think the Bower Sox. The Mystery Machine. Like, what's up with the trip that they took? And this is not unreasonable considering that right after Sebastian was reported missing, the Bower Sox, Chris's mom, Kathy Bower Sox, Chris's stepdad, Terry Bower Sox, they took a trip to Alaska. Alaska or bust. Yeah. Alaska or bust. So people in the group come up with a lot of theories and speculation. There's some people that think the Proudfoots are innocent. There's people that think the truth will come out. The truth will come out. like Mr. Christopher Proudfoot said. They're also sharing another picture of the Proudfoots with a dog. Look at this. Look at this photo. I don't know if you've ever seen this photo before. But one observation that I have during this whole mix is I've seen two pictures now, of Katie and Christopher with the dog. But I have yet to see a family photo, an actual family photo of Chris, Katie with Sebastian. In a family photo. I've seen photos with Katie and Sebastian. I've never seen a family photo with Chris and Sebastian in it, posing. There was a picture of Sebastian on a piece of outdoor lawn equipment, like a tractor or something, with Chris in the background. But I'm talking about a family posing. Carrie, thank you. Carrie, thank you. I've never seen a photo with Mr. Proudfoot, Christopher Proudfoot, with Sebastian. Why? Why? That's supposed to be the child that he's supposed to love and cherish when he got into a relationship with Katie Lynn Proudfoot, a.k.a. Katie Lynn Payne. They exchanged vows. That means when you get in a relationship with someone that already has children in their relationship, you're supposed to love the child. But I have yet to see any photos of Christopher Proudfoot posing with Sebastian. And that's very telling to me, considering that we heard about the belt incident. We heard about the belt incident that happened supposedly when Sebastian was 15 years old. Sebastian just turned 15 a few months ago. No photos with Sebastian. No photos with Sebastian, but he can do those things to Sebastian. He likes dogs more than Sebastian. He'd rather pose with dogs more than Sebastian. That's the way I see it. Do you guys see it otherwise? He'd rather pose with an animal. Did you guys ever see this? See, people communicate also with Chris in our group. There's people that communicate with Chris. Red flag, ATS News. I see it. I'm telling you, there's a red flag. Look, first off, let me show you something. There is a individual out there. His name is JT. He has shared this event. Apparently, folks, people are tired of the Proudfoots. And there's going to be some sort of, I don't know if this is a protest. I don't know if this is a protest or what this is. But there's a flyer being shared. And the event is sponsored by an individual named JT Olson. And in this event, it's a Proudfoot Open Rebuke. Share now. Saturday at 12 p.m. Saturday at 12 p.m. at the Yellowstone or at the Yogi Bear campground where the Proudfoots are staying. And I get them out of the clear. We want these polygraphs right now. Let's compel law enforcement to give the polygraphs. But, you know, I'm investigators in this case. There is where the authorities are looking into officers on foot have been used. And I listen to what he says. I listen to the words. There's some hidden things in these words. So he put this out. Nick Barris put this out. I don't know if you guys seen this. But he says in this, the latest update on Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old autistic teen has now been missing since February 26th. That's 45 days from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And there are no new developments. To be clear, this remains a two-pronged effort. First, there is a search. We know authorities and volunteers have done a very thorough, organized search in the teen's neighborhood. And they have done this more than once, most recently last week, retracing the steps to see if anything was missed. They also searched the landfill in Kentucky. Dogs, drones, and officers on foot have been utilized. And nothing. Second, there is an investigation. And I find that interesting. There is an investigation. I mean, they're investigating, right? If there's an investigation, I would call it a criminal investigation. Some might just say an investigation. That's up for debate. There is where the authorities are looking into the possibility of foul play. Sources tell me, and I believe his sources. I think his sources are the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Sources tell me that Sebastian simply could not have vanished without a trace by himself, and that someone else very likely could have been involved. Is there a criminal investigation? He says, not quite. Why? Because at this point, there is no evidence of foul play. No physical evidence, no security video, no eyewitnesses. So he's actually acknowledging about that video. Remember the video with the lights?
Hi, you guys. So the reason there's no evidence is because the police didn't collect any evidence. You know, like take forensic, fingerprint stuff, luminol. They didn't do any of that. Now you have to ask yourself why in the actual teetotal would they do some, or better yet, would they not do something like that? So, have you guys heard that? I was kind of trying to stay away from talking about this case because it's a little controversial, you know. But I listened to an interview yesterday, and with Seth, and it just completely fired me up. And here I am to talk about it because what the actual fuck are you doing, Sumner County? Get your shit together. So, what interview, you ask? I shall show you.
Because you know, good platforms that he.
Well, whoever wants to be me, they don't realize what.
Oh, damn. Okay. Okay.
I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I take everybody's opinion with a grain of salt. By the way, if you sent me your number to a Facebook, it is not me. I don't have social media. The only thing I have is YouTube.
Oh, well, crud. Okay.
So if you see a profile out there that says it's me, it's not me.
Well, damn. Okay. Somebody's got my phone number then.
So, well, whoever wants to be me, they don't realize what that tells, because I don't even want to be me right now. There's people that everybody has an opinion, but I don't have social media, so I don't really have to listen to their opinion.
No, you don't. You're doing the work. He's your son.
I just want to find it. That's all I want to do.
At what point did you start getting the suspicion that maybe you're not being told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth from Katie?
pretty much day one while I listened to her story because she changed it multiple times.
Okay.
From day one, because she changed her story a couple of times. Okay. How? What? I mean, I know that, but he's saying that now? Like, oh, it's gonna get so much worse. Like, oh,
I mean, for the first 3 days, I was at their house until Chris decided that he wasn't going to. He didn't like my sister setting up a GoFundMe. He didn't like that, and it's like, well, you may not like it, but she asked, and I told her she could. And it wasn't for finding Sebastian or anything like that. It's my sister already knew that I wouldn't go back to work because my son's missing. I got to find him, So the fact is that he didn't like it, and I had to deal with it.
okay. So for those of you that are having, if you have a hard time hearing, what he just said was that the first 3 days Sebastian was missing, he was staying in their home, as in Katie and Chris's home. And when Chris caught wind that Seth's sister started a GoFundMe, not for means of looking for Sebastian, but for Seth, because Seth would not be returning to work because he's looking for Sebastian. So for like his his living expenses and stuff, that pissed Chris off. Chris was not happy about it and told Seth he had to find somewhere else to stay.
I'd like to think that neither one of them had anything to do with my son's disappearance, but they could always come, help pass out flyers, help search. I've never told them that they can't. They have just chose not to.
Well, what pisses me off is that, they can't get off their dead asses to go search, but they go sit at the damn Cracker Barrel.
Let me just add, I love this lady. This is not the first time she's going to say that, and it's more gooder. Love it. Get off their dead asses. Tell them, girl.
And they say it's because, the public's so mean to them. Well, I mean, aren't there people at the Cracker Barrel?
Yeah. It's allegedly somebody's leaking my address and my phone numbers out to people. I still don't have anybody showing up at my house until yesterday. I had somebody actually walking the street taking pictures of where I live. I stood on my front porch smoking a cigarette and just stared at them. I mean, welcome to the Constitution. You have the right to sit there and take pictures of my house from public property.
Yeah, how about it?
Doesn't bother me at all. I don't hide anywhere. You'll find me. My truck's pretty noticeable.
I sent you a message in private chat with my email and phone number, by the way.
See where it says one where
Yeah, exactly. Have you been talking, I'm sure, regularly with law enforcement?
This is where I got pissed. Y'all listen to what he's about to say. For real. Get your, listening skills. Turn your ears on. The question was, she asked him if he is communicating with law enforcement regularly, as in law enforcement that is working his son's case. Listen to his response.
they're not going to give me any information. I got tired of giving them, because I was getting leads, and it was like I was giving them leads, but I believe that they're talking to Katie and Chris more than they're talking to me.
Now, why would that be plausible? Why would they not be being talking to at the same time? They're being shared the same information. Why would the mother and the father, the biological mother and the father of the missing child, not be getting the same information from law enforcement? Why would one parent be seemingly shut out while the, in my opinion, suspicious AF parent and her shady ass douchebag boyfriend, allegedly, in my opinion, be getting information and not his biological father? There's something not right about that equation, you guys. It's not normal that they're not being treated like the last persons to have contact with Sebastian alive. And I don't care what state you're in, what county, what district, what jurisdiction, if there is a missing child, it is everyone is a suspect, especially the last ones to see him. Considering there's no sign of forced entry and there was no sign of anybody coming in, it was only you and him in there, Mom. Stop coddling her.
It seems to me because I have all the answers they need from you. There's a lot of questions about when you saw the video of Sebastian at the restaurant, what was he wearing?
Seth is a correctional officer in Davison County, which is like the next county over. But yes, he is in a form of law enforcement. He is a correctional officer.
Yeah, I got in trouble. I wasn't supposed to tell anybody that.
Okay, well then don't say anything. That's okay. Don't want to get you in trouble.
Well, I already got in trouble. I mean, trouble is one of my middle names.
Okay.
But,
Do you know if they have searched the RV and their cars?
I have no idea. I know they haven't searched mine. I've literally told them they can search mine.
Okay, now I have a big problem with that. Even if at this point, which in my opinion, I don't, in my heart, believe that Seth has anything to do with his son's disappearance, but why are they not doing their due diligence? Why have they, especially if he's a willing participant, why have not every vehicle been forensically analyzed at all of that, all three of them? Dad, mom, stepdad, all vehicles that Sebastian could have wrote in, has written. Why is that not just being done? Like, why just to check it off the box and say, okay, well, when this comes out, this, at least we can say we did all that we could, or are we? What the hell are you doing? Especially if he's offering it up. Like, yeah, here, go ahead, but no, we don't need to. Well, why the fuck not? It's weird. It's bizarre.
Now, what is all of this panic talk about polygraphs? You're in law enforcement. You know polygraphs, they're not admissible in court. Nope. They can be fooled. I understand you took one recently.
Yeah, they're still grading mine.
Why all the different stories from Chris Proudfoot You know him better than we do. Why one day has he taken one? The next day TBI said he didn't need to take one. Then he says he took one and passed. Then he said Nancy Grace lied to him.
Question that would be, I mean, just so many stories that you can't believe anything that the gentleman says. You know, took a polygraph at the beginning was Katie. I took one because Miss Grace asked me to. I don't know if he's taken one or not. I don't understand what it's like. I'd rather have still been that private person that I was before. I'd rather have my son there. But as I was told, better suck it up, Buttercup. So I did. I've never been one for interviews. So I enjoyed my private life, going to work, coming home, spending time with my son. And now I don't know if I'll ever get to spend time with him again.
You had to go to physical therapy. Is that for your shoulder?
They said that.
Christine Alaska wants that intuition, inkling.
Much just.
You there? So the mom and stepfather. Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, now we're back. Do you have any thoughts on Chris Proudfoot's family? Good, bad, or indifferent? His sister has made some kind of really strange statements, and his mom and stepfather, their goofy asses took.
Their goofy asses. I agree. However, what she's about to say is true and very alarming. And I'm gonna give some comments about his parents and things that I have looked into and found, and still can't figure out how they have this much pull. But we'll get into that after this.
Took off some kind of really strange statements, and his mom and stepfather, their goofy asses took off to Alaska right after Sebastian went missing.
Yep. I know they did. I know, for the person that, for Maddie to be sitting there and making the comments that I heard that she made on Facebook about that's my grandson, and for her to turn around and disappear to Alaska with her husband Terry, that kind of actions speak louder than words. I've always been a person that believe actions speak louder than words.
You got that right.
So,
because you have a child in your family that you can't find. You don't go to Alaska. He's not in Alaska. Just like Katie going down to Mississippi with Chris, and she's like, well, because he could be anywhere. Trevor's in the chat. I put the link up, Trevor, if you want to come up. Trevor said Seth's actions speak volumes. He wants his son found. You can tell us. If you can't, we're going to understand. If law enforcement's looking into any connections to them running to Mississippi or Chris's goofy family running up to Alaska?
I don't I don't know. I mean, I don't even know who's leading the investigation anymore. I don't know who's doing the investigations. I've looked on Sumner County website to see if my son was on there, and he's not even on there under their missing persons.
What the actual freak French toast? The father of the missing child does not know who the lead investigator is on the case. That's how little they interact, but they interact with the suspicious ass Proudfoots daily, according to Katie's most recent interview. We'll get into that later. And on the public website for the Sumner County Police Department, where they have a page or a spot dedicated to active missing persons cases, and Sebastian is not listed on there. So what the fuck? TBI has got it on their website. However, the lead investigating agency, which is Sumner County, does not. Now make that make sense. Are they really investigating it? When I looked yesterday, now unless it's changed in the last 12, 13 hours, Sebastian's not even listed on NamUs, and it is a law across the whole state of Tennessee that if they have no choice within 48 hours, I believe, in Tennessee, that they are supposed to transfer that over and give it to NamUs, a missing persons report. And he's still not in that. And there's people on there that have went missing after Sebastian that are already on there. So make that make sense.
So he's not. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know who's leading the investigation anymore. I don't know who's doing the investigations. I've looked on Sumner County website to see if my son was on there, and he's not even on there under their missing persons. So I don't know a lot of stuff anymore.
Well, hang on. Isn't he on the TBI website?
It is on the TBI website.
Trevor said they haven't even listed him on their open cases. How do you feel about that?
Oh, Sumner County or TBI?
Sumner County.
Well, my opinion on this matter is that the first 48 hours is the most important. And they just marked it as a runaway listening to his mother. They didn't take into effect that even though he's 15 physically, he's not 15 mentally. He has he's has autistic traits, and he's been diagnosed with autism, and then his chromosomal deletion. All of that, you know, mentally he's not 15. Maybe 10. And it took 3 days to get him as an Amber Alert. Their policies and procedures they're not designed for a child that is on the spectrum. And they should immediately have put him on the Amber Alert, and they should have definitely have investigated differently when it comes to the investigation part. The search and rescue is one thing. They did a lot for that, but they should have turned around and dusted for fingerprints, looked for anything that might have been out of the normal, you know. And they didn't do that. They failed my son.
They didn't even take fingerprints. to see if someone came in the room and took him out, if he was the last one to touch the doorknob or the windowsill. If anybody that is not a resident of the home's fingerprints are inside the home, why the hell would you not fingerprint everything? The only thing that was fingerprinted, it was the door, the lock on the front door. And that's probably because they couldn't get away with not doing that. But other than that, they're just taking the Proudfoots on face value for what they say because they just have such a credible track record. Right. Wonder how much that costed. Just saying.
I agree, because like you said, the first 48 hours is the most important. So why take her word? Why on earth did they not just conduct a proper investigation right off the bat?
Well, good question. Maybe their deputy chief could answer that question. But
What did you see what came out last night on your local news with Nick Barris, where he said he spoke with law enforcement and said it's an investigation, but the DA won't do anything because they have no physical evidence. How can that even be possible?
well, and they have no physical evidence because they didn't do forensics. I mean, we're talking about they didn't tape off anything. They didn't come in. They didn't lumen all the house. They didn't dust his room for fingerprints that wouldn't have belonged there. They didn't do a fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
When it came to the investigation. They asked questions. Well, asking questions is fine if you're looking for a missing persons, but you don't know if, that press conference was just wow.
I was a little disgusted by the press conference. Well, a lot disgusted. And I'm sure it was kind of quite the punch in the gut to you.
But yeah, because they said they don't have anything, and then they want to sit there and tell me that, get mad because I ask questions, and then tell me that they only want legitimate leads when I'm sending them everything, and I'm on legitimate leads. You guys don't have any leads.
I got a big problem with that. Law enforcement is supposed to take any and all tips and information. It is their job to investigate, follow up with all of them, and for them to decide what is credible and what is not. How are people? What? How are you? It's a tip. If it was a lead, we would know where he was. The whole point of a tip line is you're supposed to follow up with them and figure out if they're. Oh my God. Sounding a lot like, the hot potato that you get when you tried to call the tip line for Riley. Who's Riley Strain? Cold case voicemail, voicemail full. What the actual fuck?
That's what you're telling me. It's what you're telling everybody else. I heard that telephone call with Chris on it. I rode around with them. They showed me this, they showed me that. Well, isn't that nice that you're not even a biological parent, and yet they turned around and showed you everything? Huh, kind of makes me wonder how much somebody got paid.
Now, did you guys catch what that was a lot to unpack right there in that little bit. And I understand keeping stuff close to you because there's an active investigation, but they're not keeping it close to them. They're keeping Seth out, and that's a difference, and that's a problem. Chris has no biological relation to Sebastian and has went on the record and admitted to abusing him. physically and emotionally and verbally, all the way around. But aside from that, just the fact that he's not the biological parent says he shouldn't be given any kind of information on the case, and especially not information that is being held from the biological father. Katie wasn't even there. They're riding around showing Chris hotspots, points of interest. Just Chris and whoever, the police. Now tell me that's not a fucked up dynamic.
They turned around and showed you. That's what you're telling me. It's what you're telling everybody else. I heard that telephone call with Chris on it. Oh, I rode around with them. They showed me this, they showed me that. Well, isn't that nice that you're not even a biological parent, and yet they turned around and showed you everything? Huh, kind of makes me wonder how much somebody got paid.
Same here, because he's the last one that should be riding around with them. It should be you.
Most of the time when you're doing a search and rescue for a child that's autistic, you'll have at least one of the parents, the biological parents, going with law enforcement because they could possibly scare the child and they need to hear a voice that is familiar to them. And yet, Katie didn't leave the house.
Mm-mm.
And they never once took me to go look for him.
It was very upsetting to all of us that instead of calling 911, she called Chris, who was supposedly 3.5 hours away and some change. Minutes count when you're looking for anything, but most importantly, a child. And she doesn't even leave the house. Why was she not knocking on doors? Why didn't she call you? You would have been out there in a heartbeat to find him.
They did call my phone. Chris called my phone and sent me a text message. Both of them knew I was at work. Why didn't they call Davidson County and ask to speak to my captain?
Mm-hmm.
My captain, they would have literally pulled me out of work immediately and I'd have been there. Instead of me being there, after I got off work. Doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. My son's not a runner anyways, and I tried to tell him that. But they don't want to listen to me. The state of Tennessee is, I have no faith in Sumner County. And the fact that they wanted me to actually come work for them, I ain't putting an application. I can't work for a department or an office that cannot. They still have my son's electronics. Why? Why do you still have his electronics? Give them back to me. Why is it that I have researched and found more information that I'm pretty sure that they haven't? They haven't looked at it at all. They don't have anything. From my understanding, besides having family that works there,
Bingo.
Has the FBI been
Family that works there. And we're going to get into a little bit more deeper as far as why they seem to be so untouchable in this county. And trust me, if there's a will, there's a way. I will find the paper trail because stuff like that we're going to get into is very public record and very accessible. But I would imagine it's got a lot to do with funding some campaigns and something along those natures, like for DAs, sheriff, mayor, shit like that type shit. Small town politics, you know. Like mom being whatever agent, what real estate for an elite real estate business. Um, yeah, just keyword that one. And she's also a president or the board president of homeowners association in her little area. So she's definitely got some pull just with those um, career choices, so to say. And then when you factor in the zeros behind her net worth, and you know that can be thrown around a lot, and here we are. Don't forget, you guys, what his ex-wife, he being Chris, Nina, said that him and his family did to her and her child, and how they were able to do that was because they were in this county. Is it really far-fetched to say that they have pool? Think about it. Most people would have went to jail for the shit that he did to that woman. He did not. And they almost gave him custody. That's fucked up and not supposed to happen. And his mom helped him every step of the way. They're manipulative, very conniving. I don't care, in my opinion, just to be clear. And I don't doubt that if something happened, they are absolutely keeping their precious little baby son protected. And whether or not that means whatever it means, you guys fill in the blanks. But that's what I do know about the Proudfoots.
Any help?
I've spoken with them, but it takes 60 days from the start of the case before you can request the FBI to come in, unless the company that's or the organization that is doing the initial investigation asks for them to step in. And I personally believe that after 30 days, Sumner County not doing what they should have done at all, ever, they should have released it to TBI and asked them to come in and given TBI 30 days to fuck everything up, and then ask the FBI to come in and actually do their job.
I mean, the FBI card unit at the least, because they have ways of knowing if he was abducted or not. That seems to be what Katie is leaning towards.
Yeah, she's leaning towards that now. 30 days later, maybe somebody took him. Well, they've had plenty of time to clean their house, haven't they? Plenty of time to destroy evidence that was there. So she had plenty of time to actually clean up any evidence before, we found out he was missing. Because we don't even know when he went missing.
No. Mm-mm. Do we even know where Chris Proudfoot truly was? Do we even know if Katie was at home?
We don't. We don't really know anything. We know approximately what time that they arrived back to the house. But, that would be looking at the video cameras. Chris and Katie have had plenty of access to those from all their neighbors. It took them 5 weeks to show me proof of life after I had spoken to him on Thursday. $5 weeks.
Do you know if EquiSearch has plans to come back anytime soon?
I have no idea. I have no idea. And I'm not really particularly fond of David Radar's comments. He hasn't been out handing flyers out.
I missed it. What did he say? I missed it.
You what, ma'am?
I said I missed it. What did he say? Because he's no Tim Miller. I'll say that for sure.
He had turned around and stated that he thinks it's ridiculous that somebody would threaten somebody who's looking for a 15-year-old kid. But my volunteers to hand out flyers have been followed. I've passed on license plate numbers to both Sumner County and TBI. And the press conference, they were like, "Oh, nobody's being threatened or, followed or anything like that." And then, yeah, David Radar wants to open his mouth. You were there with TBI agents, buddy. I've got civilians out here handing out flyers. I don't see you coming to hand out flyers. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the fact that they have drones and they can sit there and attempt to find my son. But what happened with this? They searched for 2 days last week. What's that? I mean, you searched for 2 days after what? After over a month of what? Not searching? I've gotten information from people that doesn't make sense. Rockland Park, for example. I get some cadaver dogs, and then bam, automatically they find a dead body. But TBI was there the day before searching. Well, did you not have any type of dog to go with you? No sniffers, no live dogs, no cadaver dogs. You know what? You just showed up and walked the. What kind of searching did you do? Doesn't make sense.
And what kind of a half-ass search is 2 days?
Good question.
2 whole days? What, to get donations and everything? That's crazy.
Well, I don't think they did any donations. I mean, it was Sumner County, TBI, and the FBI. They showed up to help search. Did they have a possible lead for where they were searching? I don't know.
Well, according to what came out on your local news last night with Nick Barris, and he spoke with the district attorney in Sumner County, he said when they are told by TBI where to search, they go right out there. Do you see them out quite frequently searching?
I don't know where they're going to search because I don't get that information. So,
I mean, do the Bower Sox and Proudfoots have that kind of pull in that community?
I guess they do. I guess they do.
Well, have you thought about possibly getting an attorney to help you like navigate with law enforcement and get things in the works so that way when Sebastian comes home, he comes straight to you?
Thought about it. More along the lines of private investigators and things like that. I mean, I've already spoken with CPS, and I don't want him going back to their residence at all. He doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Nobody does.
You have found a lot of stuff out about his treatment just through listening to podcasts. I can't even imagine how that felt.
Listening to them make fun of the way he dances and the way he looks. I mean, seeing the reflection of the sneers in their facial expressions when they even talk about him, the fact that they can't even say his name.
I know it's a lot to take on, but, and I'm no attorney, so you would have to get this advice from an attorney. If you filed for, full custody of him right now, I don't know how that would go down considering the situation. Then law enforcement would have to deal with you and not them.
I'd have to find an attorney. I haven't actually been looking for one, so I guess I can turn around and look for an attorney. Something else to do too.
Well, you have a lot of love in this chat for sure.
I appreciate it.
I mean, I wish they would just lay the hammer down and say, you have until noon, which it's 11:49 here. I'm Central Time. I'm in Oklahoma. So you have until noon, I'll just throw out a number, to produce Sebastian.
Yeah, I've never known people to react kindly to threats. I know I don't.
Well, I mean, if it's law enforcement saying, you're going to go to jail unless you produce your son.
Yeah, I don't know if they can do that. I mean,
I'm just throwing things out there, but I mean, I think an attorney would help you immensely. Getting custody of Sebastian would help you immensely. And then you can deal with law enforcement more than, them putting you on the side burner. Uh-oh, we lost Seth. Hang on.
Is Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot. Katie, thanks for being with us under what must be very difficult circumstances. First of all, how are you and your family holding up?
I would say that this isn't a tragedy that we would wish anyone to ever experience. We're keeping our faith and we're praying every day that we're going to find Sebastian.
What's the latest on the search?
So law enforcement is exploring any and all possibilities. They're communicating daily with us about updates and the statuses. We have faith that all the law enforcement agencies involved are doing everything that they can, and we're going to find Sebastian and bring him home.
We know the most important thing right now is to get the word out about Sebastian. What would you like our viewers to know about your son?
Sebastian, he is high-functioning autistic. He loves animals. He loves video games. He loves fishing. Green tea! You're so goofy. He's typically a very, very sweet boy. He can be quite temperamental, though, if he's overstimulated or if he's stressed out. He has a unique run. He runs like the Naruto anime character. When he's excited, he likes to dab, and he loves music. He loves to dance.
That's all very helpful information. Now, if Sebastian is out there watching, what would you like to say to your son?
I would say, Bubba, we love you. We all love you so much. Wherever you are, just know that we are not going to stop. We're going to keep searching. We're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And if you ever get an opportunity, find a phone, find a safe adult, call 911. But I'd also like to ask our community to please keep searching your properties. Keep sharing his flyer. If you know something or you see something, please say something. Call the law enforcement immediately.
We're going to do everything we can to help find him.
Thank you.
In the case
Proverbs 24:16 says, "The righteous man falls 7 times and yet rises again." If you have fallen, get up, because Christ is.
Okay, you guys, so I'm just looking at Chris's public Facebook profile and the post that he's posted in the last week. Um, mm, 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 mm. Okay. Oh, he's deleted a bunch of posts too. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Let's go here. Hmm. You should not. Okay, you guys. So there's been some buzz going on about this fire. Sumner County landfill closed. The Resource Authority landfill located at 625 Rappahannock Wire Road in Sumner County experienced a fire earlier today. This city has indicated that as a result, the landfill will be closed until further notice. Now, if there's a landfill in Sumner County, why the hell would they be taking Chris and Katie's trash to Kentucky? Or was that just for the construction? Like, is that where the dumpsters went? Does anybody know? This is interesting. Okay, this says that process of elimination, April 15th, by Frank in uncategorized process of elimination and video canvassing. So what I did was list all the possible cameras that are located near Sebastian's house. For example, 101 Stafford Court has a camera, which is right here. Okay. And we continue using these kind of examples until we can make a triangulation, making the presumption that cameras work. We know, for example, that the lights that have been spotted behind Sebastian's home source here now, I'm not 100% sure it is from 1013 Kelly Lane, but I was able to find a camera that hints to this based on the 3 trash cans, which is right here. If this is indeed the camera that captured this shot, even the angle would look approximately something like this. This is good. So this would be the angle where the flashlights would have been sighted, eliminating the probability of the widespread garbage truck movement. We already have several cameras pointing in crucial angles in order to map the probable route that Sebastian could have taken. So if the camera at 101 Stafford Court did not capture him, we can already eliminate the possibility that he took the main road to Kellen Lane, leaving the probability open, of course, that he would have avoided cameras by going into people's backyards that have no cameras. However, the likelihood of this is slim to none, but not out of the realm of possibility. The next one to create a triangulation is to create just up the road of Sebastian's house near the cul-de-sac on 1017 Stafford Court. Cameras right here. And right here. So that would be angles here, angles here. Now, if these cameras didn't pick up Sebastian barefoot, assuming once again that these devices were all up and running and working, then how is it possible that he was not spotted? Some of these devices have pretty decent night vision or are motion activated, not only the cameras but also lamps, lights that are activated by movement. If we were to make a triangulation between these 2 cameras, it would look like this. Boom, 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 boom. So if you tell me how is that there is no active sightings? Good question. And this is awesome. I like this. Amazing. So this was the surveillance video that apparently Nick Barris only showed cropped and edited the corner out of it to make those 2 lights look more nefarious and suspicious than they were. But this was the actual let's see. Look at that! Timestamps! Oh my god! No way! Sorry. Whoa, 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 hold on. What is going on over here? Am I tripping? What the hell? I think I'm tripping. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta save this. Uno momento, por favor. Okay, I had to download those before they disappear, because that seems to be something that happens a lot in this clusterfuck of events taking place in this case. So, okay. Hmm. What the hell? You guys. Chris Proudfoot. Yes, I'm confirming that the dogs had a scent that led to the construction site. No signs or evidence reveals Sebastian was there. Please keep in mind that dog tracking isn't as credible as you think. The idea that someone hurt Sebastian and threw him, he spelled through wrong, into wet, fresh paved driveway is funny. What? Hold on, I'm not done. To bury a body in concrete, it would need to have at least 12 inches thick. Secondly, you have to try to smooth out the concrete and finish it before it dried. All that is done while the concrete is poured and being set. What the fuck? Um, okay. Chris's parents have property with a cemetery on it for family. There's a house on it. It's way in the woods, but can't get on land as no trespassing. But a few YouTubers went and looked out there. Maybe Sebastian is there. Interesting. I was told by a close-by neighbor that morning that she saw Katie outside with police when she went to take her kids to school. She stopped and asked what happened. Katie told her she told Sebastian to go to bed around 9 and she fell asleep on the couch. Never mentioned the conversation between her and Chris. Woke up around 11:30, went to check on Sebastian, which she previously said she didn't do anymore. Now that he's older, he must have been awake because his light was on, according to the neighbor's Ring camera. She said she told Sebastian to go to bed. He had to get up the next morning. She walks across her house to go to her room to go to bed. As she's walking through the kitchen, she hears a loud noise and yells back at Sebastian, asking him what that was. He says, "Nothing, Mom, go to bed." So she does. According to the neighbor close to them, the Ring camera shows the lights going on and off because it's so dark. This neighbor also mentioned seeing a silhouette in the front room, possibly dining room window, for a couple of minutes, and then all the lights go off. Neither Chris nor Katie have ever mentioned any of that. Wow.
Questions like, where's he at, check this, check that, and then we called the sheriff's department. I called the sheriff's department. I stayed on the phone pretty much most of the time. And then while I was at work, I asked for a relief, got a relief, got in my truck from Memphis and made my way to Nashville.
And that was, I guess, Monday?
The morning that he was missing, yes.
Okay. And so what was your reaction when you got that call from your wife that Sebastian was missing?
Initially, I was like, oh, he's goofing around again. Here we go. He's like hiding. And then when we talked about the places to check and he's not there, I was like, okay, stop. Instantly. Call the police. Instantly. I'm a black and white kind of guy.
And to your knowledge, he didn't take shoes with him, right? He locked the door on his way out. Or I guess, what are some of the things that you think he did as he left?
We checked for all of his shoes and none of them are missing. The door was locked.
And was there some discrepancy as to what he was wearing when he went to bed, or what was he last seen wearing? What was he wearing to bed that night?
When he went to bed, he was wearing black sweatpants with white stripes down the side, and he had on a black long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. I'm pretty sure it was one of his
like Star Wars or Halloween or
even Minecraft.
Yeah,
those are the three main things.
That's the three things that majority is on his clothes.
Yeah.
Boy, he has his flavors.
And obviously you guys are going through the unimaginable, and then, getting a lot of like the kickback that you've seen on social media. I mean, how much worse has that made it for you two to go through something like this?
Honestly, we stopped looking at it. There's a lot of terrible people in this world, and I don't want to waste energy on any of that. I want the focus on finding our son. The facts are the facts. I mean, the police know the facts, and all I ask of anyone is, if they're able and willing, is to help find him, help spread his flyer, help look for him, call in if you know anything or see anything. But we just ask that people focus on finding Sebastian.
And he's never done anything like that before, right? Just kind of walked out of the house.
He's not a runner. this is not normal for him to run away. He's not a runner.
And any places, I guess, I know you guys have been told to stay in the house, right, just in case he comes home.
We are doing what we've been asked to do by the law enforcement agencies and everybody involved. I am not going to divulge anything more than that.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to ask, I guess, next is if you were to go out and search right now, if people want to help search, what types of places would you guys look at that he could maybe be at?
Anywhere and everywhere. At this point,
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, they've searched the woods, they've searched parks, they've searched creeks, they've searched, at this point, anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food or, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere.
How hopeful are you two that he will come home?
I will never give up hope on finding my child.
Optimism is at its highest, regardless.
Our son is out there. We're going to find him.
And now publicly, obviously police are now investigating a landfill. People are speaking out about that. What are your thoughts about that?
Everybody has an opinion and their assumptions, and they are entitled to those. But as I've stated before, all we've asked people to do is to look at the facts, not what everybody's putting out there. If they have questions, call the law enforcement agencies, and they'll give you whatever they can give you. But the assumptions are just that. They are an assumption, your opinions. We pray for everybody, for hopefully this never happens to you. And if it ever does, then you'll understand. But I pray it doesn't.
And they're doing their job. They're looking everywhere they can their goal is the same. We just want to find him.
If you could say something to Sebastian, if he's listening right now, what would you say to him?
I would say that we love you and we miss you and we want you to come home. And just know that we all care about you so much.
You're not in trouble. That door's unlocked and waiting for you to come home. Your puppies miss you. Your family misses you. I miss you. Just come home.
Anything else that you two want to add or clear up or anything like that? Okay.
Just help us find our son.
So I don't know what yet because this is literally like I'm diving into this with y'all real time. I'll do some touching up to it and stuff like I did with the Birch video, but there's something going on here. I just don't know what. Um, hmm. All right, let's see. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Now let's loop this. Playback speed and push play. Okay, yeah, there's something going on right here. Something right here. Something right here. I'm talking about the top right. Nobody said anything bad about each other until more time passed, and then the abuse came out. This is what you're talking about, maggot team, right here? Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna share something real quick so you can see. Day, I'm doing this for you because you are a little behind with Chris's. Just there's no way after watching this you'll feel that way.
Mind me. So I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to
You're
sound like
fine.
a
Say
jerk.
it. Say
Well,
it.
it's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By golly, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay. Have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. I just, that was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's
I've had
hard.
it. Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states, New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am. And in fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it. That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She goes, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blah blah blah." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by telling on me making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a minute. You cut out. I can. Oh, there you are. Okay.
That I was going to get in trouble over something stupid. And I was like, no, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished. And he was like, but, and I was like, you got punished. And the lady took him outside. She goes, Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie and you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that. So that happened, and the lady was like, I am so sorry. And I said, no, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back, and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know, what was he wearing when... I'm sorry, I have to do it like
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real
kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt.
No.
No.
Okay.
No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us and he got one lick.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, probably, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie, and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris, hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So, if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from the 6th, from midnight to 6.
With a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
to
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr. Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
I honestly don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's awkwardly socially blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
or lying about doing
Was
work.
that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We're going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am, that did not.
Missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We are white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
2-4 in a row.
Hello,
Central.
12, go ahead.
CRL.
Dispatch unit.
He's not clear verbal warning.
Got it, I had clear verbal.
Central.
47, go ahead.
Yes, the juvenile has a file.
Control to 47-180, 412. Juvenile, left in front of the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in a Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
All right, there was a lot of questions from the public as was there any danger to the public? And I think from the get-go, once we arrived.
You have to take into account.
In Sumner County described to us exclusively how they feel on day 8 of their son's disappearance. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Marius Payton.
And I'm Lauren Lowry. Sebastian Rogers is 15. He was last seen by his parents on February 25th in Hendersonville. Sebastian has autism, and he's gone without his medication this whole time. And since then, authorities have searched by air, by foot, and on horseback.
Helicopters, drones, and dive teams have also been brought in to try to find him. Today, his parents spoke exclusively to our Holly Thompson.
She's live tonight in Sumner County. Holly, I imagine it was quite an emotional interview.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But we know one thing is certain. They remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom, I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles logged by law enforcement, canines, helicopters, even dive teams, and no sign of him. Chris and Katie tell me they've been harassed, people pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much, and we want you to come home, and you're not in trouble.
Now, Katie did tell me that even though Sebastian does have autism, he is a smart teenager. He is highly functional. They say if you see him, say his name, say Sebastian, and he'll respond. He'll at least acknowledge you. And I can tell you, this is my home. This is my community. And the people here are strong. They say they will continue to search. They will continue to hope and continue to pray for Sebastian's safe return. And by the way, you can watch my full exclusive interview with Sebastian's parents on our WSMV4 app. Live here in Hendersonville, Holly Thompson, WSMV4. Back to
We begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads. We'll be following that. Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
Thanks, Nick. Of course, the search for Sebastian continues, with detectives now looking into any possibility of foul play. If you think you can help, call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. 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 One second, you guys. Sorry about that. All right. Processing one more, you guys. And my spidey senses are tingling. You already know. I'll probably come back with it tomorrow, and it'll be a whole different video. But for right now, on the fly, I do think I have something real quick. It's about halfway processed. That's the hard part. It's not the hard part. It's just takes a minute, and I don't have no patience. All right. Alrighty. Right. Okay. Do. Okay. Something definitely lights up, no doubt. I don't know if that's like a motion light. Let's see. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Very bizarre. Okay. Let's go to this part right here. Aha. No. Okay. It sure is. The trash truck at 3:11 in the morning. You know, that just scared the crap out of me. So let's see. Exporting. Uploading. Uploading. Sorry guys, it's uploading. %, 87, 91, 96. $100. Now it's processing. Son of a 18%, 42%, 56%. %. Haha. Okay. You guys. What the fuck? Am I tripping? Oh, no shit! Dude, you guys, this is nothing. This is just me doing it like in a hurry. Like, I can do so much more with this, like with time, and trust me, this will be a whole different thing when I come back tomorrow. But what the? Hold on. I gotta watch this again. I got this on loop. Does that look like a fight? Or like somebody tugging at somebody else? Like, what the fuck? At 3 in the morning. Huh. And now and there must be like a motion light or something on. So it almost makes me wonder like if he didn't take off running or walking. Oh, no shit. See the motion light turn on right there? What the hell? I gotta watch it again. Okay. Alright, I gotta watch this one more time. Sorry guys, I'm like freaking out right now. Yeah, but if you in the video, okay, let me pause this real quick. So the video, the way that it's released, like it's like 19 seconds, okay, and when you look at it in its raw form, it's not very compelling. You can't see anything. And I had to slow this. I mean, I had to slow this down. I turned to 19 seconds into a minute, 2 minutes, pretty much, like a minute and 50 seconds. So that's how slow it is, like almost frame by frame, to be able to catch this movement and to also not at the same time cause the movement at nighttime to be pixelated. It's a process. So every time I slow it down, I have to go and I have to change the contrast and change the brightness, and it's just a whole thing. Like I can probably make this a way more gooder. Sorry, I could probably make this better, you know, with time messing around with it. But I just, because you guys were live and I didn't want to leave y'all hanging, I just, you know, this was just in a hurry. Like I could probably really like there's way more to work with on this than I realized. So yeah, I gotta watch this again. Let me start this over. So let's see, it's a minute and 55 seconds, and it was originally 19 seconds. So to put it in perspective, that's how slow I had to slow it down. Yeah, no kidding, Cricket Day. What a day, huh? We were sleuthing all night too. Whew. I gotta bring this up. 1 second. Okay. What a weirdo. Okay, so to put in perspective where that camera had to be angled at, this, not this one, right here, okay. Let's zoom in. So this would be the angle. One goes this way, one goes this way. And this, it would point that way. So this is like, holy sample. Okay. So that's what I thought. So this has got to be that camera. So let's go back here. Says if this is indeed that camera, this would be the shot that it catches. So it would be on this corner and let's see. Interesting. That would be the front of the house. So. Huh. Let's check it out. Sorry, you guys, I gotta do it. Okay. Hmm. These are nice houses. Mhm. 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 Interesting. Hmm. This is a really nice neighborhood, you guys. Like really nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Let's go past it a little. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right. Well, let's just narrow it down then. Those look like lights. Kind of looks like a light. Okay. Hmm. That's kind of weird. Anyway. Hmm. So it's got to be Could even be this one. Let's see. There's like something right here. What was I saying? Let's go. What the hell? Anyway. Alarms. NCA. So I would say they probably have. Uh-huh. Why have alarms if you're not gonna have cameras? They do. You know what? I bet you they have a doorbell camera. And if that's the case, I bet you it gets the range from about right here, and that would put us at the, oh, you know what? Yep. Think about it. If we're at the doorbell here and we turn, we're gonna be looking this way. The trash cans are gonna be down here by the road. Yeah, oh, yep. Yep. Sorry, I'm gonna share screen in a second. I just didn't want to be doxing people's house because I'm like all up in people's yards and shit. So sorry. Alright. But this is public information. However, I was not trying to be a jerk off. So I was looking for cameras and because this is Chris and Katie's house right here. Over here. Right here. Okay. So to get to the angle of that footage, I was going this way. And if you look right here, this says NCA alarm system. So it's safe to say they have cameras, no doubt. Okay. So if we go back right here to a little bit this way, okay, and say there's a doorbell camera right here at the front door, if we turn and change the angle to where we're looking at their house, that would put us right at the angle. Look over there, the trash cans right here. That would, but where are we seeing the truck from? That's what makes me think it's a little bit further. Hold on. I got it. I'm going to figure this out. Gosh darn it. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah. That still could be it though. Because it's coming from the footage looks like it's from inside the garage. That's because we could in the garage, their garage, whoever's it. Oh, let's keep on. Maybe this one. Okay. That would have to be it. Or this. Unless. No way. No, it's got to be from that other angle. Wait a second. Is that a door right here too? Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. And what is that? Interesting. Okay. So this is Chris and Cookie's house right here. Let's see. I don't know if it, unless, let's go over here and check this out. Okay. Yeah, no way. Mm. Okay, that is bizarre. They got security. ADT. Okay. Still not gonna give that angle. Let's keep going. No. Definitely not. No. What can they see? That was weird. I still don't think it's close enough. No. Hmm. They got ADT too. Let's see. Okay, maybe that's the truck? I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure this out though. It's gonna make. Oh, wait a second. It's gonna make me crazy. The black one? I think so too, Kathy. Let's see. Now, if we was to turn and look towards the house, what angle would we get? Let's go past it a little bit. Oh yeah, look at that. Yep. And this is the Prophet house, and like that's that door. So if it was from over here, yeah. Let's see. Let's watch it again. That's got to be it. That's got to be that little area pointed down there at the whatchamacallit, the where that door is, like that little side door or whatever. That's got to be it. Oh, cricket day! You gonna have to clip this and work your magic on Twitter again. I think we got another one. And that's just like a rough draft. After I get off of here, I'm going to really like focus and put some effort into it and see if I can't clean this shit up into something that we can actually see. I don't know, Kathy. We said the same thing, and then when we seen the Birch footage cleaned up with Riley, it was just as terrible to me. Oh.
Central to 47. Central to 47 and 184.
184, long haul site, 360.
Missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We had a white male, 3 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4, minute out.
So far, show you.
Hello, Central.
12, go ahead. I show you now.
8-9, clear verbal warning.
Copy that, I had clear verbal.
47, Central.
47, go ahead.
Yes, the juvenile has a phone.
So then I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
Yes.
In the area of Dean Plant Road and Newton Lane. Caller very back of truck is on fire. We'll move around the side of the road. Caller's no longer answering call taker's questions. Central to 47, 184 and 12. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
47 to 12. Get there and see what's going on. Go around searches of residence. We'll go from there.
184. Your OCA will be 02197. 02197. And the call is 634. Sure.
When you get a chance, can you call all of the local hospitals just to make sure he's not in one of those?
That's right.
68 Central on Payne.
47. 12.
Good, cool.
I said Hendersonville Medical Center ER, Center Station ER, Sumner Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. Also, I do have a 911 hang-up in pending at 132 Hollywood Boulevard, Zone 1. There is no call history, and they've attempted language line with no connection. Do you want me to clear it?
Central.
Regional ER and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. Also, I do have a 911 hang-up in pending at 132 Hollywood Boulevard, Zone 1. There is no call history, and they've attempted language line with no connection. Do you want me to clear it?
Central, you clear. 68 Central, K9's on the ground.
Copy, K9 on the ground.
Hey, Jenkins, he's on trail. 63 Central.
837.
I'll be 10-6 at Kara.
Well, we're going north on Stafford.
47. Code Red has them on. The Code Red has them on.
Window open animal farm near Happy Hollow, Center Point area.
Go ahead. Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
Boy, I'm behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on.
Negative, this is all dry, hard packed.
Out of Stafford Court.
LT, we're now headed back south towards the cemetery on the far end of the construction site.
Boy, I can see you.
I do have some footprints over here.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond.
No shoes, just footprints?
My shoes, but Max went straight into the pond. He literally dove into it.
12 DMA wanting you direct. Hey, repeat that, Rice. Let me make sure he...
Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water.
Yeah, do you see any prints around it?
There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt. Headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
1247, what kind of shoe does he wear?
Size 10.
25 Central.
Alright. To Stafford Court.
Go ahead.
Do we have a picture yet?
That's simple.
Can you send it to me, please?
Me too, Central. Drop out. Stafford. Court call. Where the riprap is, where the trees are, 25 feet maybe out in toward the middle. 2D may 1. 2D may 1. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone in the same area back there. That's to the north of us? Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Where they're working on the machinery at, goes straight back. There's another pond back there, but there's a person in the woods by that pond. Past the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward beach or going on the back side? Yeah, on the back side, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
It's Hendersonville 517. I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close?
No, the back side. Nikki, if you can, do you have anybody there with you that can drop a what 3 words location? Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over. 1 of the 2. I'm in my truck going up the corner. Can you see us? Lance, hold up. I'm going to jump in with you. 2, there's 4 of us on foot coming across the yard, start directions. 19's on the side. Everybody's on the ATV right there in that field, driving straight to the woods. Straight in, straight in. Keep going like you're going. Keep going. Go left, go left. Just come back, you passed it. Look at this 4 of us on foot on the other side. Pick us up and tell us which way to go. Yeah, we only have 1 drone. We don't want to get off the target, and we got somebody close to it. All right, somebody's walking straight to it right there. So walk. There's 2 people right there. Walk like you're going. Walk like you're going straight. Into the woods. You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
She'll be all over it, whatever it is right there. The 2 people walking the woods. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Hendersonville 66. Hendersonville 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Sebastian.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Sebastian.
Simple. We have a last known physical description, height, clothing.
Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Simple thing. T3 Central back to service. Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? 1 at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in the air momentarily.
10-4. Central on scene. Put 2 out here with me.
Bryce, call me, please. Timbo, who's at the residence? I just got back here. 10-4, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now. In the long house. 12 to 55. 12 to 55. Yes, sir. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mountain Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there. 10-4, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you. 63 Central Clear, false call. Oh, yes, a neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things. Go ahead. Who do you want to go with this other canine search and rescue? 10-4. There's the cannon. HFG's down here at the end of the road. I'm going to direct him to the pond. 12. Go ahead. I just talked to the GC, the construction back here. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working. 10-4, thank you. He's going to have them check all their current under construction sites that they're working on. Is there a report back? 10-4. Is associated with 1008 staff report. Supposed to be coming back to 1008 staff report so we can get a game plan and reconvene.
Hey, Burgett, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster, see if there's anything in it? 12. All the buildings up here are clear.
10-4. Come back to 1008. We're going to put people in groups. Stand up.
10-4.
16 Central. In service with East West.
12 Central. 16 will be Patrol Supervisor. I'll be Team Commander at 1008.
Something just doesn't make any sense.
And we're not, have the Proudfoots come on your show?
No, I would love to have them on my show.
So we've invited them as well, waiting, and I know this is a difficult spot for everyone involved, and they.
It's been nearly a month since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his Hendersonville home. Despite the passage of time, the search for Sebastian remains relentless, with community members rallying alongside Sebastian's father in unwavering support. Challenging terrain at Rockland Recreation Area in Hendersonville, they confronted remnants of a tornado that struck the area last December. There was trained scent dogs out today, and something of interest may have been found. I'm going to show you the fastest route from the Proudfoots house to the Rockland Recreation Area. The Rockland Recreation
The shit's not going to work. It's going to.
And we want
to go by, the less chance that we have of finding.
And I do have permission from the TBI agent that I'm working with. Very, very, very good guy that trust and believe in us. I do have permission to speak of. Yes, we have Sebastian's case. Yes, we are working hand in hand with TBI. I can speak of that because it's not hearsay. It's me that's working with TBI. Dave knows what's going on. TBI has given me permission to speak to let everybody know that they did request our assistance. I will let you know that we are very active in the assistance for Sebastian. We plan to do whatever TBI ask or need from us.
We have been working with other law enforcement agencies. The FBI has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to.
It has been more than a month and still no sign of Sebastian Rogers. The 15-year-old disappeared in the middle of the night on February 25th. His mother was the last person to see him and says that he left the house without any shoes on and just a flashlight. So where is he? Searchers continue looking for Sebastian, and this morning we have a very special guest joining us on the program, Sebastian Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers. Seth, good morning to you, and might I just start by both saying thank you and just that my heart and the hearts of all of our wonderful viewers really go out to you. The agony that you're going through, I can't even imagine. I've seen you do some interviews, and I've been so amazed at how resilient you are, and you've talked about how nothing is going to make you give up hope. Tell us, please, where's that drive coming from?
My son. He's my life. He's my heart. He's not here, and I'm not complete unless I have him. So it's the drive to be whole again.
You know, I applaud you for holding out hope, being so resilient, being positive, and who knows what can happen with this investigation, and any day could be the day Sebastian comes home. From your perspective, Seth, how satisfied are you with the investigation being done by TBI?
My son's not here. They have no evidence. They haven't. Sumner County is the one that's like doing it. TBI is assisting. I've asked TBI to take it over. They haven't yet. There's just things that I don't think have been done.
What would you like to be done, Seth, that hasn't been?
I have a list of stuff, but I don't know if they've done it or not. I mean, there's been questions that have been asked and things that have been answered. It's really hard to have evidence if certain protocols aren't being followed. Have to start back over from day one.
You know, going back to day one, so Sebastian goes to sleep the evening of February 25th. It's on the morning of the 26th that your ex-wife finds that he's not in his bedroom. She is the only one said to be home, and Sebastian could have vanished sometime in the hours from when she last saw him go to sleep and from the time she opened the door. There's a window there overnight. Your best guess, Seth, based on how well you know your son, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
He's not the type to put on, he's not the type to leave the house without putting on socks and shoes. As for running away or leaving, he didn't take his backpack. He didn't take his switch. He didn't take his phone. I mean, just doesn't make sense. And he's not one to wander. He's never eloped before.
Are you leaning towards a potential kidnapping?
Anything is speculation at this point in time, because there is no, as they have said, evidence that leads towards foul play. But there's things that just don't add up. His mother was the last one to see him. She's responsible for this, either through negligence at the bare minimum.
Has she been a good mother to Sebastian?
Not in my opinion.
Why
This
do you
is the
say
third
that,
time that there's an issue. You know, my son's come up missing now under her watch. Time before that, her and Chris let my son get molested and raped in their apartment. And the time before that, I did a well care check because she let a known sex offender who, yes, did their 9 years in prison, but she left my son around that person. You don't do that. If you're a parent, you don't do that. You're supposed to protect your kid. You don't put them in where they can get in any type of harm's way.
Seth, you said something very upsetting, very shocking, and I just want to go back just a moment. You said that your wife allowed your son, Sebastian, your ex-wife, I should say, your ex-wife allowed Sebastian to be in a situation where he was molested and raped?
In California. And Chris in her apartment. They let a child who was 5 years older than my son play with my son and didn't bother to check on him there neither. And he lost his innocence because of it.
Seth, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so sorry to hear this. No child should be subjected to any kind of abuse whatsoever. Sexual abuse can be especially traumatic for a young child. Is this something that Sebastian has struggled with since then?
Yeah, I finally was able to actually start getting him therapy for it last year. The fact is that they weren't doing the correct thing, clearing California. And it's just last year finally getting him help because he's a victim. And now I'm finding out not only was, he was a victim of that, he's a victim of not getting the help he needs. And, I've listened to some of their podcasts where they make fun of him, make fun of his dancing. Chris obviously has this thing about corporal discipline with him. And it's just, it's not good.
Seth, I'm so sorry.
I need to find my son.
Right.
And he's going to need extensive therapy now to put him back on the right track.
Yes. Was Sebastian the one who told you about the sexual abuse that had happened?
His mother did, and my son did. This happened in California, so Sheriff's Department, CPS was involved. Sheriff's Department was involved there. They wouldn't give me the kid's name, his last name. But at least the only thing I was able to do there was put the detective over that case in contact with the school psychologist so that at least they could protect the other children from this child.
Right. So no juvenile proceedings commenced or anything like that, Seth, with this child? He wasn't brought to juvenile court?
Not in California. No, in California, kids 13, they're like, he's too young to prosecute. And they wouldn't do anything about the parents either.
Seth, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My heart breaks for you for so many reasons, and this is just one more of those reasons. Tell me, please, Seth, what else do you want the public to know as people all over are hoping and praying for your son Sebastian's safe return?
That I'm just looking for him. I need people to help. I'm just one person. I can do a lot, but I can't do everything. And I have to find him.
Absolutely. You have to find him. And we will continue doing everything we can here at Court TV to help you find him, putting his picture out there, video, talking about him, and hopefully he is somewhere where he can be brought home safe to you soon. Seth Rogers, thank you so much for this talk. Thank you for sharing all of those things. I know it's not easy. Every good wish as you hopefully bring Sebastian home safe soon.
Thank you. They told me they couldn't get a hold of anybody at the sheriff's office. I turned around, I called my contact. They were busy. I flagged down a deputy sheriff that I saw by our volunteer area and turned around and had him wait. And I told them to put on gloves, bag them, tag them, bring them back so I could give them to the deputy sheriff that was there so that we could fill out the evidence and have a chain of evidence.
And when you saw the glasses, do you agree with this, that they couldn't be Sebastian's?
They were very similar to Sebastian's. It's been a month and a half since I've seen my son. So, you know, it's a month and a half since I've seen his glasses. They looked really, really similar to the point that I didn't want to lose a chance that these might be evidence. So I gave them to the sheriff's department to log as evidence.
I want to play for you Katie, who spoke on YouTube to the Chronicles of Olivia, describing that morning and the night before. And I want to get your reaction to what she says happened in the house and where they were. Let's watch.
We went and picked up our niece. Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley, and then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And about midnight I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he wasn't here.
Seth, you know Katie better than all of us, obviously. You know your son so well. Is there anything in that story that doesn't make sense to you?
The inconsistencies, from what I've heard before, none of it makes sense. Things aren't, you know. I'm not here to sling mud, but why is she asking Chris to verify what she did on Sunday when Chris wasn't here on Sunday?
That is such...
Or the fact that she said that she heard a thump on another interview and didn't bother to check on our son. You know, there's a difference between some noise or a thump. I mean, just... the information that I receive from watching any of their podcasts don't make sense.
Seth, please stay with us. I have a few more questions, and I want to make sure everyone, why we're doing this is because there is a boy who is missing. Here's a dad who needs your help, and Sebastian needs your help. So Seth is going to stay with us. We've got more with him, plus coming up in the next hour. In Bolingbrook, Illinois, a potentially huge break in a huge true crime mystery. In 2007, 23-year-old Stacy Peterson disappeared. Her husband, Bolingbrook police officer Drew Peterson, was a person of interest in the case. He was later convicted of murdering his prior wife, Kathleen Savio. Stacy's sister says she has found Stacy's remains, and she joins us live tonight.
So
you don't have a temper?
No, it's...
Are you in love with Stacy?
Very much so.
Think she might be alive?
I do.
We are underway in the trial of doomsday prophet Chad Daybell.
Prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty against him.
Investigators have recovered human remains at Chad Daybell's residence.
There's no way, Morgan. I can never come up with this.
His wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, has already been convicted.
Now, will her husband end up with the same fate?
It's just so hard to know where the truth ends.
It's the doomsday prophet, Chad Daybell, on trial.
I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son.
That's Katie Proudfoot describing what she says is the moment that she realized that her son, Sebastian Rogers, was missing. Sebastian's dad, Seth Rogers, is still with us tonight. Seth, again, thank you. What is the last verifiable proof of, I guess, proof of life is one way to put it. I hate to say it like that, but the last time that you can verify that someone outside of that home saw him or he was on video?
It would have been Sunday, leaving Texas Roadhouse.
And what time was that about?
About 6:30.
And do you know everyone who was there at Roadhouse with Sebastian?
All I saw was as they left the building and got into Katie's car, it was just her and Sebastian.
And anything unusual about the video?
Not that I could observe from what little I saw.
And when they went to dinner and out that day, I think Katie's described being with other family members. Have any of them spoken to you? Have any of them joined in the searches?
No.
No?
No.
How about the immediate neighborhood? Have all the homes been searched? Have the people in that immediate neighborhood all been cooperative?
From my understanding, a lot of them have cooperated with law enforcement, and that they've given up their video cameras footage to Sumner County sheriffs, and they've been pretty much cooperative with law enforcement.
How about
me personally? I haven't been in that neighborhood since the Wednesday afterwards. I've been around there. I've been to the Beach High School, but as for going into that neighborhood, no. I've been next door to the construction area. I researched that. I searched it on the Tuesday after he left, and then I've been there a couple times to research it. I've been to Beach High School. Been over to the fire station when they had the EMA mobile command center there.
Do you think it's possible that he would, because you know your son, that he would leave in the middle of the night, potentially barefoot, maybe with a flashlight?
It doesn't seem like my son at all. He would never leave my house. in the middle of the night barefoot. And if he did, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. You know, we've left in the middle of the night. There's been times that we've gone fishing in the middle of the night. You know, we plan that sort of stuff. But him walking out the door in the middle of the night, no. It's not something he would do. It's something he's never done on me.
Is there any chance, and I know there were rules in place, but is there any chance that he could have been lured by someone either from school or somewhere else to, like, hey, you know, we're doing something at night, or we're going somewhere, or we're gonna meet up? Is that, you think that's in the realm of possibilities?
I find that highly unlikely, because my son doesn't really have a concept of days or how to, or time in order to plan something like that.
What do you mean? Could you explain that?
Well, trying to get him to wear a watch is already hard enough. You know, I've had him set timers on his phone so that he remembers that, hey, it's 7 o'clock at night, I need to take my medicine. I mean, he doesn't really have a concept of time, except for, you know, he's got to, when he gets woken up in the morning at his mom's, normally around 6 o'clock, he's got an hour to get up, get ready, eat his food, and be out there to catch the bus between 7:10 and 7:20. Then he goes to school. He gets out of school at 3 o'clock, and I normally call him about 3:30. But when he's here and it's a weekend or something, you know, there's no time. You know, telling him at noon we're gonna head out and go fishing, and I'll sit there and watch. And he's all interested in going fishing. I'll sit there, and then he'll walk up to me. It's like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He's like, I thought we were going fishing this morning. And I was like, well, what time is it? And he'll run into the kitchen and look and be like, it's 2 o'clock. And it's like, oh, well, I thought we were going to do that this morning. And you needed to let me know when that was your thing. That's what I talked to you about. You know, let's get everything ready at 11 o'clock so we can go fishing. And you've been playing with your toys. You know, playing on your video game, watching TV with me. And it was like, well, I didn't realize what time it was. And it's like, okay, well, you know, we were supposed to do that this morning. Let's go ahead and get it done now. You know, he didn't really have a concept of the time.
I want to take.
It's one of the reasons I wear a watch.
I want to take another listen to Katie and Chris from the Chronicles of Olivia here, talking more about Sebastian, and get your reaction.
Sebastian hasn't been on his medication in 20 days. So he is rambunctious. He's going to be hungry. He turns into a bottomless pit. I mean, he's your teenage boy, you know, always hungry. On the spectrum, yes. But not one autistic child in this world is like another one. What we can tell you is he's smart. He can be goofy. He kind of has issues with personal space. He hasn't mastered.
He can be
up in your face kind of kid.
He can be aggressive if he's upset.
Yeah. He's emotional. He's a teenager.
He doesn't like punch and hit and throw, but he
No.
gets really like aggressive stanced or like clipped where he just won't talk to you, or you know, if he's really upset, he like growls.
Seth, what are your thoughts about what we just saw?
They're describing my son when he was like 4 or 5.
He's different now.
Yeah.
Can you give us your routine now? I mean, I just get a sense that you're not sleeping much, that you are out searching, you're organizing, you're getting the word out. What is each day like for you, and what are your thoughts about where his mom is, Katie, which is not in town anymore?
Chris and Katie Proudfoot are they're adults. They're responsible for themselves. I'm Seth Rogers. I'm looking for my son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I'm his dad. He's missing. I have to find him. It doesn't look like they're doing it, so, you know, I'll do it on my own if I have to. I'll ask for people to come help. If they don't, then I'll do it myself. I've always been like that, you know. You can't rely on people. Luckily enough, I'm finding people that I can rely on currently to help me find my son, and I appreciate everybody that is showing up. We've gotten people that have showed up from Ohio. We've gotten people that showed up from Missouri. We've got people that have come in from Florida. Everybody, we got people in the community that are showing up. They're upset and they're mad at how Chris and Katie are behaving in this. But they're human. I mean, none of us are without fault. Just, I would think that parents would and should act different.
Seth, thank you.
I'm going to find him.
I hear it in your voice. I see it in your eyes. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you and Sebastian. Obviously, we're going to keep his picture on the screen as much as we can, night after night. Thank you so much, Seth. Good luck in the search, and please try to make sure you're taking. I know you don't worry about yourself, but please take care of yourself too, as well, Seth.
I will. I'll be around here long after I find Sebastian.
All right. Thank you, Seth. All right. When we come back, folks, we're going to continue looking at this story. We're going to speak with Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia. I know you've seen it on TikTok. You've seen it on YouTube. She spoke with Katie and Chris Proudfoot. She's going to join us next.
Hey guys, I'm out here in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I just posted a video where a whole group of volunteers and myself were in the woods back here, and 6 cadaver dogs picked up and hit a certain area by these train tracks. And I'm going to show you the footage right here that I took of one of the cadaver dogs that they had.
Welcome back. That's Olivia Vitale from the Chronicles of Olivia. You've seen her on TikTok, YouTube, doing compelling work in the world of true crime. There, at the time of one of the searches for Sebastian, she also went to the house and interviewed Sebastian's mom and stepdad. Take a look.
In today's video, I interviewed the mother and stepfather of Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who vanished from Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th of 2024. He vanished and hasn't been seen since.
Although he doesn't like to be dirty, it's kind of funny because he also doesn't have awareness, because if you look, he's got chocolate milk on his face because he didn't wipe it off at breakfast.
And joining me right now, the TikToker behind Chronicles of Olivia, Olivia Vitale. Olivia, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really do appreciate it. Let me start here. You go to the home, to the house. When you walked in there and you met Sebastian's mom and stepdad, what were some of the first impressions that you had?
In terms of my first impressions, they were very nice. I went with my mother along with a colleague of mine who works for Crime Scene Collective, which I'm an executive producer on. And they were welcoming, nice, and that's how they treated us.
Did you get to walk around the house at all? Did you see his room, anything, or did they just want to sit and do the interview?
So they did want me to see Sebastian's room, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance to. I got so carried away with his mother. She was showing me pictures of Sebastian, and it was a bittersweet moment. However, my colleague Ethan did enter Sebastian's room with Chris, and what my colleague tells me is that the room was clean, it was ordinary, there was a private bathroom, a twin bed, and a window that faces the front yard.
I've looked at pictures. It seems like a really beautiful neighborhood, great house. It's where you would want to raise a family. You were taking part in some of the searches there. Can you describe the area, the areas where the searches were, the area around the house? How would you describe all of that?
Well, the area is fairly wooded. There is, it's the suburbs, there's neighborhoods, but there are areas we searched near one of the highways and just kind of around in the area. But there is trees and forest in that area. It's outside of Nashville. There's definitely more, as you can see, forest and yeah.
So what was your takeaway from that interview? This is a story, I know you cover a lot of stories, but this is one where everyone who's looking at this feels like there's nothing. There's not a clue. There's like no information. This is a 15-year-old who seemingly has vanished. Is there anything that sort of struck you as, well, wait a minute, that doesn't happen. Something happened here, and maybe something you're thinking about, something that maybe folks on the ground there were thinking about could have happened here? Because like from the outside looking in, it's like this young man just vanished.
You know, it's a mystery. I wish I had the answer to that question. I mean, I didn't see anything unusual in their home. It's actually very beautiful, very spacious, and it's a beautiful neighborhood, a lot of big houses. And they were very nice and cordial with me and my mother and my friend, Ethan. And I have no idea. It is a mystery. In terms of the conference yesterday, the chief deputy did say there is no evidence to suggest foul play.
I know. So, but something happened, right? We all know that something happened. Either he was lured outside, walked outside, or something else happened. What's the lingering question that you have tonight, Olivia, about Sebastian and what happened here, or what question needs to be answered?
In terms of a question that needs to be answered, I mean, it is a mystery. I wonder about security footage, or if possibly maybe there's somewhere out there a certain building or something that may have just that one bit of security footage, or that could show maybe something, or maybe someone out there knows something and they just need to see Sebastian's face, which is really important. I think the point of the interview is to bring awareness to Sebastian, and that's something that, another thing is we didn't want to focus on speculation or rumor-driven theories, just facts that could lead to hopefully find Sebastian.
Absolutely, absolutely. Obviously, everyone is watching your interview, and everyone that watches it sees his face. Everyone that sees his face, now you spread it, and hopefully someone out there has that one lead that leads to an answer here. Olivia Vitale, great to have you on the program. Chronicles of Olivia, TikTok, YouTube, everywhere. Great work you're doing. Thanks so much.